Hey. Somebody's here. What's up, Sheriff? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Thank you for coming through. How's it going? Hoping all is well. Hope you had a great day. I'm doing quite well on this end. All right, all right, all right. Well, thank you so much for coming through. How was your day today? Yes, we're sitting wait for the rest of the crew to come through. Good, good. Yeah, mine was pretty good too. Nothing too exciting. No, nothing extravagant or extenuating. And no, other than my son and I put together. He got his new table for his computer and his speakers and stuff. First, it looked like it was going to be kind of hard to put together, but it turned out to be kind of easy. Wasn't too bad. Hey, Bree, what's happening? You at work or you off tonight? Or you are you off from work? You ready to go home? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, Sheriff. I've heard quite a few people complain about the internet. Maybe because everybody goes on during the day. That's why I kind of like going on at night. Hey, Pam. Thank you for coming through. It's mighty nice of you to come in. Yeah, wait for some more people to come in. I'm just in here trying to get these hours. I'm trying to tell you. I usually come on every night at 12. Last night I missed it. I guess I was tired. I'm doing great. How about yourself? I guess I was kind of tired last night. Maybe I was tired and didn't realize I was tired. You know what? Hold on one second. Hey, this is our life. How are you? Thank you for coming in. All right. All right. If y'all don't have Pam, make sure you grab her up. A good channel to have positive, encouraging, all of that stuff. Trying to tell y'all, always looking for, if you're always looking for somebody that's positive, you're looking for, people that are willing to give out information and help you along the way. There you go. If you don't believe me, just go ahead and subscribe. Go to one of her lives and see how it turned out. What's up, Lunchbox? DMV Dining Diva. What's up, homie? It's certainly good to see you. Thank you for coming through. I guess I ain't the only person on the East Coast that's up and on YouTube. Usually, I'm doing good. How you doing? Usually, I get the West Coast and the Mountain Time people. All right, Bree, be careful. Yeah, but usually I get the West Coast people. Well, hello. Don't tell me. Avalon Lacrosse. Did I get that right? Because I'm really good at butchering names. So please let me know if I got that right. Avalon, but you are new to this to the channel. Please make sure you turn my red button gray. Okay, Beth. I saw Sheriff say, "Hey, Beth," and I'm like, and I'm looking. I'm like, I didn't see anybody come in here named Beth, but okay, now that explains it. Well, please make sure you turn my red button gray. Leave a genuine comment, and I promise to get back. Let Avalon know that I promise to get back to her. Thank you all so much for coming in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's greatly appreciated. Shout out to the 9 people in the room, which means I got some Bush babies in here, which is cool. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I love the Bush babies. That means they in here. As long as they're in here and the clock is running, I'm getting hours or time. So I appreciate it. And I know sometimes you can't come in, you just turn it on and let me run, which is greatly appreciated. As I like to tell people, any time spent is good time spent. Okay, North Carolina. All right, all right, all right. I spent many a summer in North Carolina, Rocky Mountain, North Carolina, as a matter of fact. That's where my dad and his family were from. Hey, Joy, thank you for coming through. Please make sure y'all hit that thumbs up when you come in. Sure appreciate each and every one of y'all. Yep, but I spent many a summer in Rocky Mountain. Matter of fact, I used to love going there every summer. If I got out of school on a Tuesday, Wednesday, my uncle was there. He'd come pick us up. And on the way to North Carolina, we go. Or if he didn't come that weekend, my parents would load us up in the car and boom. Okay. All right. Cool, Beth. Thank you. Double duty. I take it. The more the merrier. Yeah, but I would go down to Carolina, and as soon as I get out the car and run in the house, my aunt would have those. Hey, Lucy. Hello, my dear. How are you? It's certainly good to see you. Yes, yeah, I am. My aunt would have those homemade biscuits and that molasses sitting right there on the table. Oh, it's cool, Joyce. I understand. It's all right. In the cabinet, I'm trying. See, I'm trying to quit them, but I can't. Every time I think about, you know, quitting Pop Tarts, for some reason, I just can't. My aunt, she would have those homemade biscuits, had that molasses sitting on the table. Mm, mm, mm. I sit there and sop that molasses up with them biscuits till my stomach hurt. Get up the next morning and go play with run all day with my cousins. Because back then when it was hot, we really didn't care. We was young and little. Hey, Oracles and Beyond, thank you, honey, for coming through. Shout out to the 11 people in the room. Although the math is a little off, I got 11 people and 7 thumbs up. But I'm sure y'all will fix that. Molasses and fat back. I ain't eating no fat back. Mm-mm. And molasses was the thing I'm trying to tell you. Yes, y'all. Please make sure you thumbs up the live. What was my favorite what, Joyce? Oh, my favorite Pop Tart. Oh, I don't know. Maybe blueberry. No, it used to be. They used to have the ones Concord grape. I don't know why they stopped making them, but that they were my absolute favorite as a kid. So you have to understand, I've been eating Pop Tarts ever since I was, I want to say about 9, 10, maybe something like that. And I'm 58 now, so yeah. Pop Tarts and I we've been together forever. And every time I say, "Yo, yo, come on, Diva," pretzels actually taste like dirt to me. I don't know. Maybe that's me. I'm doing well, Oracle. Yeah, but pretzels taste like dirt. That's just nasty. I'm doing I'm doing well, my dear. I am doing very well. Yes, pretzels are nasty. I don't understand that. Pretzels, peanut butter. Yeah, well, peanut butter is the absolute worst. There's nothing in for me. There's nothing that goes in the class with peanut butter as far as this nasty tasting stuff. But mm-mm. She's on the phone. She's around here. She's on the phone. So yeah, but those summers in Rocky Mount, man, they were the absolute best. Thank you, Lucy. Yeah, I'm hanging out in the backyard this time. Yeah, thank you. I need to get this stuff off my face. I need to shave. Okay. Okay, Joyce. Yeah. Soft pretzels, cream cheese. Yeah, yeah. Hey, my brother. What's up, Jacob? How you doing, man? It's good to see you. Yeah, but those summers in Rocky Mount, man, they were the absolute best. My cousin. As a matter of fact, one of the craziest things. Thank you, Jacob, for sharing me out. We did was my uncle. He was a sharecropper, and so we would get up and we go down to the farm and since I was one of the favorites, because I was a city boy, so I was one of the favorites. So I got to drive the wagon with the mules, Mary and Daisy. I still remember them. It was Mary. We had two mules, Mary and Daisy, and we had a dog. He had a dog named Brownie, and I remember going in there one summer and Brownie he came running to me and he had three legs. I was like, oh my goodness. So I asked my uncle what happened. He said what had happened was he had gotten caught up in the chicken wire and he actually had to cut his leg off. I was like, man, that was my buddy. Love myself some Brownie. But I drive the wagon and I didn't have to get out in the field and do no work. So my cousins, you know, they were kind of salty about that. But I remember one day my cousin and I, we went to in the barn. So we went up in the hayloft. And for some reason, we decided we wanted to jump out of the top of the barn. I don't remember why we did it. I just remember doing it. Now, luckily, when we jumped, it was like muddy and the ground was really, really soft. Yeah, he did. He lived for, yeah. He got to be nice and old. Yeah, because that was, yeah. He did. They cut his leg off and I don't know what had happened because it had happened while I was home, before I came in there for the summer. So I'm not exactly sure when it happened. All I know is when I left the summer before, he had four legs. When I got back, he only had three. Yeah, he got nice and old. Bugs. And these bugs just disrespectful. The other night, I had a bug come in and it just landed right on the. It was a mutt. I have no. He didn't. He wasn't. I don't know what kind of dog it was, Jacob. Hey, Anna. I don't know. I really don't know what kind of dog it was. It was just a. He was just a dog. He wasn't. I don't remember what breed he was. He was just a dog. Hey, man. And I remember there was some guys that lived down the road, and they had these hyped up cars. So what they would do is they would come riding down through the driveway, and we had this. There was a big tree in the middle of the front yard. So they would come flying down the dirt road and drive around the tree, kick up the dust and all that stuff. And so they would do that, almost every day. So my cousins and I, we got together. We said, you know what? We're gonna go play a trick on them. So one night we went down and I don't know why we was out in the middle of the night because down in the country there were no street lights, especially about that during that time. So we go down the road and we cut through the field. Everybody had outhouses then. So what we did was we slid the outhouse back off the hole. And so, hoping that maybe, somebody would come out to use the bathroom. Well, they certainly did. I don't know if it was the father or one of the sons. I don't know who it was. But we stood in the cut and waited. It didn't take long, maybe about 20 minutes or so. And we heard somebody come out the door. And they was walking, and they was walking. I guess they was walking. And all of a sudden, you heard some go, and ploosh. Yeah. In the hole they fell. I heard every cuss word that you could ever want to hear. And it took everything that was in us not to laugh while we were running back up to my uncle's farm, because we knew that if he heard us laugh, he would have known it was us. But the strange thing is, after that happened, they stopped driving the cars, down there, because they would come down. We would be outside playing, and it was like they would just come in there just to scare us. No, I never found out who it was. I never know, because they never said anything. They didn't come up to the farm, asking, or coming to the house asking, or anything like that. So no, I never found out who it was. But if it was one of the sons, they deserved it. If it was the father, I apologize. But he was just a victim of circumstance or collateral damage. So shout out to the 13 people in the room. Hi, Bree, welcome back. Okay. Yeah, so but man, I had fun down there, man. I didn't want to come home. Like I didn't find out until maybe I got grown that my uncle was a numbers runner. I'm like, because I remember sitting he had his desk in his room, and I would sit at the desk and I would see these little, slips of paper with numbers on them and stuff. But, I was a kid, so I never understood what it was. And I remember one day he came home and he had a towel around his face. And it turned out that the guy had, cut his face with a straight razor. Now, they said he could have killed him, but he wanted to make an example. He said that my uncle had messed up the money or something that happened. But, I don't know. All I know is that when my uncle got up and I heard them keys jingling, I knew he was on the way out the door. I jump up out the bed. I ain't washed no face, no nothing. Whatever clothes I had that was readily available is what I put on. So, there was no, fashion to go anything. If it was stripes on stripes or plaids, and it didn't matter. If it was laying there, I grabbed it. And out the door I went. And we would ride around, and he knew, well, at the time I thought that he knew everybody. Because he'd be like, hey, Suge, hey, man, hey, this. And I would get back home like, Mom, Uncle Ben knows everybody in Rocky Mountain. But what I didn't know, and what I later learned in life, is that was just that Southern hospitality. Because I came from the city, and I remember I'd be walking down the street, and people would speak and wave, and I would speak back, because I was always taught, when people speak, you're supposed to speak back. But I didn't understand. I'm like, I don't know these people. Why are they speaking to me? But that was how it was in the South. And even I do believe how it still is. It was just that Southern hospitality. So, and I think that's where I got that from, because, Auntie says, and my daughter, she sometimes says, thank you, Jacob. She always says, they always say that I'm too friendly. And I really don't understand the too friendly thing. I mean, I speak to anybody. I just speak. To me, it doesn't hurt to speak. Now, if they speak back, great. If they don't, I'm cool with that. I give them the benefit of the doubt. I'll just say, well, maybe they didn't hear me, or maybe they have something else on their mind. But I just feel it is important to speak. Sometimes I'll be walking down the street now, and you walk past somebody and you speak, and they looking at you like, I'm like, dude, I don't say what's hi, or what's up, or how you doing, or whatever the case may be. I'm not trying to hold a big old conversation or get all in your business or nothing like that. I'm just speaking. That's just how I was brought up. So I don't get it. I really don't get it, but it's not for me to get. Yeah. And that is my whole thing, Joyce, is to, if I can change the direction of somebody's day in a positive way, just one person. Every day I get up, that is one of my goals, is to change the direction of at least one person's day in a positive direction. That means that I've completed my task. Now, I just think that that's important because sometimes people, they may feel like they're invisible or nobody cares or they're not being noticed. And somebody says a kind word, and then there it goes. It changes their whole day. It changes their entire perspective about life. Yeah. And like when I would catch the bus, I would tell them, I get off the bus, I had to have a good day. I just think that that's important. And that is something that we're losing, especially now with the pandemic, because nobody wants to, I saw this lady, I swear she almost got hit by a car. I was walking one morning and I could see her. She was maybe about a block or so away, and there was a couple in front of me. And they were walking in different directions. And I mean, she almost to get away from them, she went out in the street. Now, luckily, the person that was driving saw her, because if they hadn't, yeah, she'd have been history. I mean, I get it. You don't want to, you want to, excuse me, protect yourself. But I mean, really, all she had to do was like walk in the grass, because the couple had started to walk. They moved away because they realized that maybe she was a little uncomfortable. So they moved enough so that she would have enough room to get past and not necessarily be uncomfortable. But some people are just so paranoid. Yeah, I mean, I understand, but really, you don't have to try to. I mean, she was. I don't know. You still have to focus on what you're doing, because obviously she wasn't paying attention, and she was so determined to get away from them that she almost killed herself or got killed. I carried it up because one day I was having a bad day. This woman smiled at me in her car, and I was walking. Yes, I mean, I don't think people understand how much a random act of kindness, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you give somebody something. Sometimes it's a kind word or a smile or a gesture, a wave, something. And it can change their entire outlook, not only on their day, but maybe on their life. And they take that and they, share it with somebody else. And like the thing says, I tell two friends, and they'll tell two friends. And they'll just. I think that we're losing that that personal connection, because what sometimes people don't understand is that we're all connected. Thank you, Joyce. Thank you. We're all connected as humans. We are. I mean, we are all connected. And sometimes people don't understand that. And if you don't understand it, just walk into a room and you can feel the energy of other people in the room. And if you are a positive, you know, optimistic person, if you walk in a room, you can feel the energy, and you know who the negative people are in the room. You just do. It's something that you can't explain. We are all connected by this energy. And some don't believe it. I do. Now, I could be wrong. I could just be crazy, but I really feel like we are all connected. And this pandemic has kind of eroded some of that. Yep. It has. It has eroded some of that human connection. Like me, I don't like to go to the drive-through. If my kids or I may be like, well, why you just don't go to the drive-through? Because I need to. I feel this need sometimes to just have that human connection, to talk to the person that I'm placing an order with instead of talking to a machine. I just want to engage. I've always been that way. I want to engage. I've always been one to want to engage with people. I love people, and people genuinely or generally love me. So I just think that's important. And like I said, this pandemic is getting us away from that because so many people, you don't want to get sick, and I completely understand that. I really, really do. But it just does not hurt to speak. Same day I walked in GNC, you could feel the bad energy. So from that lady smile, I was able to pass that. Yes, pay it forward. I don't care what it is. Whether sometimes we just need somebody to hear us or know that we're here to acknowledge us. And you'd be surprised. You would really be surprised how much you can change somebody's day. And you'll also be surprised how it will change your day. To know that, I know for me to know that I can have a positive influence on people and it changes their day. If it changes their day, great. If it changes the month, okay. If it changes the year, and if it changes their life, it doesn't get any better than that. And for me, it's not about money. My reward is somebody saying, thank you. I needed to hear that. That right there, man, y'all don't know how good that feels. To know that I've had that people allow me to share a spot in their journey. And I'm humble. I am truly humble. And this YouTube thing, I tell people trying to get to the 1K and the 4K, it's not about the money. And don't get me wrong, I've never been motivated by money. I understand that money is a necessity and is needed, but that is not my motivation. Because if you're motivated by money, you will never have enough. You will never have enough. If money is your why you do what you do, you'll never be satisfied. You'll never be happy. I'm trying to tell you, because you will never have enough money. So that means you will never be or find that happy spot. So this 4K and 1K thing it's about, for me, to be able to accomplish a goal. That's just, hey, Kane. That's just the way it is for me. I mean, I've always been one to start something, and for whatever reason, I would stop and start doing something else. And I'd go in and do that, and then I'd go in and then I'd stop and do something else. And I'm like, at some point, fool, you have to, if you're going to talk to people and tell them about accomplishing goals and doing all these things, then you have to live by an example. So that's why I'm here at midnight trying to get these hours, because I need to accomplish this goal. I need to finish this, because just for me. Hey, Stefan, thank you for coming through, bro. I appreciate you. Just for me, I have to do this. I have to do this, because if I don't, then that makes me a hypocrite. I'll be a walking contradiction. Here I am telling people to fight through it and push through it and don't give up and don't quit and all of those things. But here I go. I get to a certain point and quit. Okay, Bree. So I'm here. You know, I go to bed late. I'm up early because I got to get my morning motivations out. Because I said I would. And that's another thing. If you say you have to do what you say you're going to do, and if you can't do it, say you can't do it. It's okay. People would rather hear you say I can't do something than for you to say, okay, I'll be there, I'll do it, and then you don't. Because most times we know already before we open our mouths. We know already before when they ask the question, we know before we answer that that we're not going, whether we'll be able to go or not. And we'll say, oh yeah, hey Marie. We'll say, yeah, I'll be there. I got it. I'll be there. Knowing full well you have no intention of going. And then when people stop inviting you to stuff, now you gotta you all uptight now. Now you got your panties all in a bunch. What you mean? Why you ain't invite me? Because every time I invite you, you say you coming, but you don't show up. So they can save that spot for somebody else who's more reliable. And I don't talk about it because I heard about it. I talk about it because, yeah, I've done it. Yeah, I'm gonna be there. I promise I'll be there. Time come, I'm a no-show. Now I got to figure, and I knew when I said I was going to be there that I wasn't going to be able to make it. I knew it. So then I got to come up with an excuse for why I didn't show, but I could have just told them in the beginning. And people, they watch that stuff. You may think they don't, whether it's friends, whether it's family, whether it's strangers. You go to work and your coworkers, they're having this thing and they'll be like, yeah, you coming? You're like, yeah, I'll be there. And then you get to work the next day and they'll be like, well, what happened? Well, but you knew you wasn't going to go in the first place. You know you don't like them coworkers and hanging out with them, but instead of just saying, nah, I ain't going to be able to make it, oh, yeah, I'm going to be there. I'm trying to tell you, there was many a times I said I was going to happy hour. And when doggone well I ain't going. I knew I wasn't going. Yeah, I'll be there. And instead of, they'd be like, well, we're going right after work. Well, I got to go do something, such. And then I'll meet y'all there. Doggone well, I ain't going back. And it was always the ones that you really didn't mess with. Because there's certain people that, wherever you go in that you just, it's something about them that, they just ain't your cup of tea. And that's cool. And you just be like, and you figure that you don't want to hurt their feelings. Well, it hurts their feelings more by you saying, I'm going to be there and you don't show up. So the next time somebody asks you, whether or not you can make it. If you can't, just say, hey, I can't make it. I got something else to do or whatever the case may be. Or say, I'll let you know something. But don't just come out and say, yeah, knowing full well you ain't going. It just ain't going to happen. That there, I learned that the hard way. And then it started to happen to me. And I could not figure it out. I'm like, what? And then I had to actually look back and say, hey, you know what? This was you. Now you're getting back what you gave out. Which is how I know karma is real. How I understand that what you put out into the universe is what you get back. If you putting out foolishness and negativity, that's what you're going to get. If you're always looking for the next gossipy story, hey, become you today. Thank you for coming through. Please understand that what you seek is also seeking you. So if you're looking for foolishness, don't worry about it. It's going to find you. It's going to find you. You're going to be trying to figure out why you keep meeting all these messy people, or why you always having all this confusion in your life. Look at what you're doing. Look at what you're looking for. Every time somebody call you, they talk about gossip in the city. You saying, "Hey, I got something else to do." You sit right there and listen to it, and then you get to a point where you start to feed into it and add on to it. You got something to say. Now you can't figure out why you can't accomplish your goals, why you can't, finish what you're doing. Because now you've invested so much time worrying about what somebody else is doing, how they live in their life, and all of this stuff. Yeah, I understand. Sometimes we get caught up in the moment, and I get it. Sometimes it happens. It just does. It does. I know it does for me. I enjoy a good gossipy story sometimes, but what I won't do is stay there and live in that. Because if you hanging around with nine gossiping, doing nothing people, I can guarantee you, before you know it, you'll be number 10. Yeah. It's going to happen because all that energy that they have, it's eventually, I don't care how positive you are, if you continue to hang with them and you continue to do what they do, oh, I can't I got control of it. Yeah. There's plenty of crackheads that said that I ain't gonna get it, I won't get hooked. I can handle this. It won't get me. There's plenty of alcoholics that say, hey, mm-mm, I can quit drinking whenever I feel like it. Cigarette smokers. I know. I was one. It took for me to have a heart attack before I quit smoking. And that's not really what it was, because even with my doctor saying something, that's not really what it was that made me quit. What really made me quit was when my daughter said to me, she says, Dad, if I ever see you with another cigarette, it's going to be a situation. And I knew that meant that she would probably not want to speak to me or had nothing to do with me. And if anybody know how I feel about Cutie Chewy, you understand that when she said that, I'm like, you know what? No more cigarettes for me. You know, no more. I I was not willing to make that sacrifice, not for a cigarette. And I remember when I first quit, I had gotten a new job, and I would drive a truck from Maryland to Richmond, Virginia, every evening, rush hour. Now, one of the key things when I smoked was after I ate, use the bathroom when I was driving. Now, I don't understand now the eating part. Okay, and maybe the bathroom part, yeah. But while I'm driving, I could not understand, and to this day, I don't understand what it was about having to have a cigarette while I was driving. I don't know. Never figured it out. I was like, whatever. But those early moments, I would be driving, I would see people sitting in the car and they're smoking. And they would, oh man, it looked like it was just so good. Like it's like the cigarette they was talking to me. And the people were saying, like, hey, Dan, you can't smoke. And I mean, it was like, now I'm just imagining they really didn't look like this, but that's what I was seeing. That these people that were just like, I don't know, like that was the best thing they could ever do was smoke that cigarette. And I'm sitting and I'm looking and I'm like, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. Oh, it was rough in the beginning, because what I learned is that having the motion of picking up the cigarette and putting it in my mouth was one of the habits that had to be broken. I had gotten used to not having the nicotine and all of that. I'd gotten used to that part, but it was the those triggers after I would eat or, driving in the car. I don't. It'll be 10 years in November. In fact, I quit on November 13th, 2010. That was the last day, when I quit. My doctor, I was in the hospital and the doctor says, "Do you smoke?" I said, "Well, I used to." He said, "When did you quit?" I said, "Today." Oh yeah. That right there was an experience. I was sitting in the house and Auntie had gone out, with one of her with her sister. And so me and my youngest son were in the house, and I was sitting in the room. I was playing a little video game, and I'm just playing the game, and da 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 da. And I kept feeling this irritating feeling, like in between my in the middle of like in the middle, right below my chest, but above my stomach. And it was like this thing. It was like something was scratching. It wasn't painful. It was just irritating. So I thought maybe it was gas. So I drank some and tried to burp. That didn't work. I said, all right, well, I'm going to lay down and see what happens. But it just kept going. So I'm like, you know what? Maybe I need to call 911. But then I heard this voice. Always make sure you have clean underwear when you go to the hospital. That was what I heard. I heard my mother tell me that. At that moment, she said that to me. So I go in the drawer. I don't got no clean underwear. Uh-oh. So, yeah. I'm like, okay. So now I got to hand wash a pair of underwear. Hey, G. I got to hand wash a pair of underwear. So I'm in the bathroom. I'm washing out the underwear. And I wring them out. No holes either. So I found the best pair I had, and I rinse them out. Now everybody knows, and y'all know that you ain't going to put no money in the dryer for one pair of drawers. So I put them on the fan, turn the fan on high, and there I was. Oh yeah. So while that's going on, I get in the shower, take a shower, get all ready. Now my underwear dried out. Now I'm ready. So I called 911. I told my son, I said, something's wrong. I'm not feeling right. I'm gonna call 911. So I called 911. The lady's like, well, did you drink anything? I'm like, well, I had some water. And she's like, well, don't drink anything else. Have you taken your medicine? Uh-oh. Yeah. That was part of the problem. That was another story. Hey, Miss Marilyn, how are you? So I hadn't really been taking my medicine like I was supposed to. Yeah, well, that was another mistake that I made. But anyway, yeah. So she's like, well, leave the door unlocked so the paramedics can come in. I'm like, cool, all right. So I don't remember how long it was between that time. So the paramedics get there, they come in. I'm sitting in the chair. They hook all this stuff up to me and all this stuff, and the guy pushes the button on the EKG machine, and it does what it does. I think he was new. He turns around, he looks at the guy, and his face is just all the blood is dropped out of his face. And he's looking at the machine, he looks at the guy, he looks at me. So the guy looks over at the machine, he says, okay, do it again. So they pushes out the button, and the machine goes. Shh. He looks at the guy, he looks at me. Now he's still pale. He looks back at the guy looks at me, looks at the machine. He says, he asked for the baby aspirin. Now, while all this is going on, my son comes out of the room. Now, he must have been like nervous, because the first thing he asked these guys is, does anybody know anybody that has a studio? Why are you asking about a music studio? Your dad's sitting here, having a heart attack, and you come out and you're asking about a studio. Okay, that was crazy enough in itself. it got crazier because then they start having this whole conversation. The guy says, I know somebody that plays the guitar who does this, and I don't know anybody who's got a studio. I'm sitting there and I'm like, wait a minute. Hey, there's a sick guy over here, in case y'all don't know. And I mean, they're going, this conversation is just going. So then they run the EKG machine again. The guy said, is the machine broke? I guess they figured I know because next thing I hear is, Mr. Ricks, you're having a heart attack. Uh-oh. So now I don't know if it was fear that kicked in, but I was like, hey, y'all, you heard what the guy said. I'm having a heart attack. We need to get out of here. So they go get the little chair because they didn't want to put me on the stretcher. So they bring the little chair in. They sit me in the chair. They put the oxygen mask on me. And they cover me with the sheet, and they're taking me out. Now, this neighbor that lived upstairs from me. Now, this lady has never spoken to me in all the time that we lived in that building. I would see her, oh man, at least almost every other day I would see this lady, and she would not speak for nothing. They're taking me out the door. All of a sudden, there's, hey, how you doing? You okay? Hey, I've got an oxygen mask on my face. I got 7 paramedics right here. Do I really look like I'm okay? I didn't say that, but that's what my mind was thinking. And I'm like, well, maybe I shouldn't say anything because I need to go to the hospital. So we get in the ambulance, and I'm like, well, where y'all taking me? They never said. So I didn't know what to tell my son, because he was trying to get in touch with somebody, anybody. So they put me in the ambulance, and I'm in there now. I'm joking, and the guy was like, why are you not panicking? I said, number one, if I panic, y'all gonna, shoot me up with something, and I won't know what's going on. I said, this is my first time riding in an ambulance in the back. I said, I've been in the front of the ambulance before, but I've never been in the back of the ambulance on the stretcher. So I need to know everything that's going on. He's looking at me like, this dude is plumb crazy. Yeah, well, maybe I was a little bit, but I think that I was just scared. So we're riding, and they made a specific turn, and that's when I knew where I was going. I knew what hospital I was going because I'd been that route quite a few times, so I knew where I was going. So they take me in the triage. They put me on the little stretcher, and the nurse comes in and she says, hey, you need to take off all your clothes. I'm like, all of them? She says, yes. I said, what, let me tell you something. I said, had I known that y'all was going to make me take off all my clothes, I would have just been sitting in the living room, butt naked, waiting for the paramedics. I said, you don't understand what I went through to make sure that I had on clean drawers so that when I come in here, y'all wouldn't talk about me. So I told her what I did, and she was like, that was really dumb. She said, you probably should have just called the ambulance in the first place. I said, yeah, you're probably right, but that's neither here nor there. So I'm laying on the thing, and the doctor comes in. Well, before the heart specialist gets there, another doctor comes in, and he's got his phone. He says, here, a phone, telephone. Who is calling you for me? It was my daughter. She had called every local hospital that she could. And that's why I say she don't play by her daddy. She called every local hospital that she could to find out where I was. So now I talk to her, let her know I'm okay, and blah, 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 blah. So then the heart doctor comes in. I look at him. Here we go with this flush, pale face stuff again. He looks at the blood pressure machine. And he looks at me, and he looks at the nurse. He said, is this real? She was like, yeah. He said, no. He said, do it, do his pressure again. Burn. The thing squeezing my arm. Burn. I'm laying there, I'm like, oh. My pressure was 2 something over 2 something. He says, hey. So they called the cath lab. And he's like, But that's when he asked me about the smoking and all this stuff. And I'm like, I quit today and blah, 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 blah. So he's like, okay, we got to rush him down to the cath lab. Okay. So now they're taking me down to the cath lab. And I'm like, hey, doc, can my friends go? I'm talking about the paramedics. I said, can I bring my posse with me? So now everybody's laughing. I'm scared out of my mind, but I had to make sure that I did not panic because, like I said, I did not want them shooting me up with anything. I needed to see everything that was happening. So they wheeled me down to the cath lab. They laid me on the little table, and they're prepping me up. And I hear the clippers because they usually go through the growing. So the clippers get started. The doc says, no. We got a new procedure where we go through the wrist. Okay, so now I'm laying here on the table. I got one side of my stuff shaved, the other side looking like a sheep's ass. I'm like, dude, can you cut the other side and even it up? He's like, no. How you gonna have me looking like? I said, you know what, fine. I ain't gonna argue, I ain't gonna say nothing because, I'm laying on this table and, they have access to all kind of medications and stuff. So they could pretty much do to me whatever they wanted. So I'm like, I'm just going to shut up and I'm going to lay here with the half trim and the half woolly bush. Cool. That's how you want to do it? Fine. So got my wrist out and the doctor, he prepped me up. He takes the needle and he pushes it through my wrist. Now he's pushing something and I don't know what he's pushing. Whatever it was, it's going through my vein. So I'm looking at the screen. He said, look, you can see what's going on. So I could actually see the blockage on the screen. So he's pushing. I mean, he's grunting. Like, it's like he was pushing a wagon, a heavy wagon or something up the hill. I mean, he's, and I'm laying here and I could actually feel, something going through my arm. And I'm like, what's really going on? Now, he says, once I get to the blockage, he said, once I knock the blockage out, he said, you will feel 1,000% better. So he's pushing and grunting, and I'm laying. He's pushing and grunting, and I'm just laying looking at the screen. So I see something get close to the blockage. And all of a sudden, it went foof. And just like he said, when I remove this blockage, you're going to feel 100% better. I'm laying on the table. And I felt the stuff, whatever it was, the blockage, it just went away. And I'm laying there, and all I can do is cry. I thanked him, but all I could do, I'm laying on this table and I'm crying. And I'm crying because I was grateful. I was thankful. I was like, okay, I survived this. And that was when I realized it wasn't my time, that my mission was not done, that I had something else. There's something else that I'm supposed to do. And I need to figure out, and this is what I'm thinking. I need to figure out what it is that I'm supposed to do. Hey, excuse me, y'all. In the middle, excuse me, I'm sorry, but YouTube royalty has stepped up in the building. Yeah, baby. What up, Mo? I know it's you. Yeah, man, it's sunny where I'm at. It is sunny, bright and sunny where I'm at. So I'm laying on this table, and I mean, I am crying, and I'm like, my mission is not complete. There is something that I'm supposed to do, and I need to figure out what it is. I need to find my purpose. Now, that was 10 years ago. It took me, I want to say, about 6 or 7 years to finally figure it out. That my purpose is what I'm doing right now, is to inspire, to encourage, to help when I can. It took me to get to be 50 some years old to figure it out. That's when I learned that it's never too late. You're never too old to learn, and you're never too young to teach. Because before I got to that point, I had reached a new low, and I'm sitting there, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. You know, on the outside, I was always Mr. Optimistic, but on the inside, my soul was hurting. My mind was a mess. I wasn't working. I was feeling like I was less than, that I was undeserving, that all the things that I should not have been feeling, I was feeling that on the inside. Now on the outside, I was always, hey, 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 you can do it, you can do it, you can do it. But when the lights went out, I'm like, what in the world is going on? I can't figure this shit out. So one day I'm talking to my son, my youngest son, and he's like, Dad, you know, you you need to start listening to more positive stuff, and you need to start exercising. Okay, well, if you see this gut, y'all know the exercise part I ain't worked that part out yet. That's still like, a work in progress. But I went on to YouTube, and I started listening to people like Les Brown and Zig Ziglar and Jim Rome and Tony Robbins. And then I came across the hip hop preacher Eric Thomas. That was about 4 years ago. So I was like 54, become you. Yeah. So, yeah. It was that moment that the teacher, hey, Nay and Trey, how y'all doing? That's when the student became a teacher, because he opened my eyes to a lot of different things. And so then I came across Eric Thomas, and then I came across this young lady, Lisa Nichols. Phenomenal. If you've never listened to her speak, please do. She is absolutely phenomenal. She let me know that I was my own rescue, that nobody was going to come and save me and help me figure this, that if they wasn't going to figure it out for me, that I had to figure it out for myself. That either I was going to keep wallowing in my pity, or I was going to make a change. So the more I started to listen, the more I started to understand. Then I started meditating, and it is at those quiet moments that you find or figure out what it is that's going on. And that's when you can, when it's quiet, when the lights are out, when it's just you with you, you figure out what it is that you have to do. And one of the first things you have to do is search your own soul. You have to, and you have to be honest with yourself. You have to say, okay, you know what? I'm going to dig deep, and I'm going to tell you, it's ugly down in there. When you have to search your very own soul, it is one of the ugliest things or ugliest places that you can go, because now you have to be honest with yourself. You can tell other people, hey, I got this under control, or this is what this, and this is what's this. But when you have to look at your own self and ask yourself, am I doing everything that I'm supposed to do? Because you can lie to other people, but you can't lie to yourself. And I don't care how much you think you can't. Because when you look in that mirror and you say, I did the very best that I could, you know damn well that you have or you haven't. And so if you have, then great. But if you haven't, you have to be honest with yourself. You have to be. You have to, in order to get where you're trying to go, you have to cleanse your own soul first. You can't help somebody else if you can't, because then you become a walking contradiction, a hypocrite. Because on the outside, I'm this guy that's telling everybody, yeah, yeah, yeah. But on the inside, man, it's tearing me to pieces. I have no idea where I'm going. I don't know how I'm going to get there. I don't know jack diddly. Nothing. I don't have a clue. But as I started to learn more about me and understand me and know who I am, oh, I started to figure stuff out. And so that is where this journey is coming from. That I have to get to 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours, and to become a part of the YouTube partnership program. And like I said, it's not about the money. It is about me accomplishing this goal. I have to. If I don't do nothing else with my life, I have to do this. It is imperative that I do this. Because I don't want to be sitting somewhere on some couch or on a rocking chair when I'm old and saying, I wonder what would have happened if I had just put forth the effort. Why didn't you sit up at midnight and do a live? Or why are you not getting up early in the morning and doing your morning motivations? I have to complete this journey. I have to. Because if I don't, I'll never be the same. And I know this. I know this. Because I've quit on too many things. I can't quit. I can't stop. I can't. Because if I do, I'm trying to tell you, I know that it would take me to a place that where I don't want to be. I know this. So I have to do this. The guy said, some guy asked me, he said, do you sleep? Or you don't sleep? I do. But right now, I can sacrifice some sleep. And I told him, I said, dude, I sleep when I can sleep when I'm dead. But right now, hey, Keto, how you doing, hon? Right now, at this moment, I sacrifice some sleep. It's okay. It's okay. I don't mind. 5 hours, 6 hours of sleep. I'm good. I have to do this. So I'm here. I'm here for the duration. So if y'all see me, y'all wake up in the middle of the night and y'all might see me on here, because I got to do it. I have to do it. And I have to do it for me. Thank you for sharing me out, Keto. I have to do this for me. This ain't about nobody else. This is for me. Maybe it's selfish. Don't know. But this right here is for me. I have to do this. It is an absolute must. So I thank y'all for riding with me, for coming in here with me, for those that encourage me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I am humbled beyond belief that people will come in and sit and listen to me, watch my videos, run my playlist. And I say it all the time, we are a band of strangers that the majority of us will never, ever meet in person. But we are willing to help each other accomplish our goals. Yeah. That's the way I see it. So I thank y'all so much. When I send the morning motivation and somebody sends back, thank you, I needed it. That was right on time. I appreciate it. It lets me know I'm doing something right. And I thank y'all for allowing me to play a part in your life, to share your journey with you. And I'm honored that y'all are willing to share my journey with me. I can't thank y'all enough. And I promise that I will never take it for granted. Not one single solitary moment or person. Because I know when I open my eyes, I am grateful. I'm glad to be here. Because there are some that don't have the opportunity. So when I wake up, I don't complain. Oh, thank you, Nate and Trey. Thank y'all. I don't know, y'all. I'm just glad to be here. Like I said, I don't take anything for granted. Anything that happens to me after I wake up is a bonus, and I'll take it and I'll enjoy it. If I wake up and it's hot as hell, hey, it's just hot as hell. If it's cold out in the wintertime, hey. Oh, we all had them days. We all had those days. You wake up in the morning and you just your spirit don't feel right. We all had those days. But you have to remember not to unpack your bags and move there and stay there. If you're feeling some kind of way, figure out why and deal with it and get yourself together. Determine how long you're going to stay there, how long you're going to, deal with this situation. And then you get the hell up out of it. Make sure that whatever you do, that your soul is happy and your heart is happy and your soul is unbothered. You can't ask for anything more than that. And that a peace of mind. A peace of mind is the best thing that you could ever have. And it should never be negotiated. And don't let nobody tell you that you don't deserve to have a peace of mind. That's all you got, and that's all you got. Hey, Auntie. They say they hear you, babe.
I don't care. What am I doing?
Nothing.
Hey, everybody. I'm just chilling.
All right, Bree. Tell I said hello. Foodie Squad.
No, she want the food.
No, I don't know. Yeah, so whatever you have to do to find a peace of mind, do it. Yeah. Just do it. Don't negotiate. The MV Diva says, hi, Auntie Maddie.
Hey, my baby, my neighbor. Hi, DMV.
Please don't fall.
I ain't gonna fall, baby. You good? What's that you drinking?
Keto don't make no sense.
What Keto said?
She said, Auntie, pour me a drink too, man.
Keto, I'm gonna smack you.
Pooh, ho, pooh. Hey, babe. Hey, Loretta.
Loretta who?
Your cousin.
Oh. Hey, cousin. Oh, you on live.
Yeah, I'm live.
Okay, you live.
Shout out to the 11 people in the room. Thank y'all so much for hanging in here with me.
Miss Yvette in here?
No.
Hey, you know what is in my live today?
Who?
Iman, but they probably only know about the love stream.
Probably.
Hey, Retta. Who? Hey, Pam. Keto. Yeah.
Oh. Once again, thank y'all so much.
Oh, I just said.
I don't know, Diva. We have not seen him in I don't know how long.
Ooh,
yes.
Tell her I reached out to him the day before yesterday. He didn't even reply. Normally he replied. He didn't even reply.
Auntie said she reached out to him the day before yesterday. She said normally he replies, but he didn't reply this time. Marie Anderson says hello.
Hey, Marie.
Yeah, y'all. So
you told him I was asleep?
I ain't told him nothing. They know you wasn't asleep. They can hear you on the phone.
She said because you got up.
Well, she thought you was asleep. She wasn't in here. She didn't hear you on the phone.
Yes.
She just got here.
Yeah, I'm up, Retta. Heather. Oh, Miss Heather. Hi, Heather. Hi, Joyce.
Well, hey, Heather.
I hope he okay too, Joyce. Oh, yeah, my new fan. Oh, look, David. You see that bug in front of your you see it?
I see nothing.
He must have ran in there when I opened the door. They be waiting for me to open the door.
Well, yeah, I should have closed the blinds. I don't know what I was thinking.
That bright ass light.
I just said I should have closed the blind. Mm-hmm. It's good to see you, Heather. Thank you for coming through. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Most Hated. It's like he just dropped off.
Yeah. Somebody had his channel shut down. And then once his channel got shut down, he said that he had another channel and that he was getting ready to come back strong. But I don't know what happened.
Shout out to the 15 people in the room. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all so much. Woo! Yes, indeed. And Keto, I don't want to hear nothing about no love stream. You can't make it. Mm-hmm.
I got you, Keto, baby. I got you, Keto-licious.
Thank you, Heather. I appreciate you all too. And don't be telling me I can't make it. I'm sleepy. I don't want to hear it. So. Mm-hmm.
I'm about to start going live at nighttime.
I'll be right back, y'all. Don't go nowhere. I'll be gone. Give me 1 minute. Ouch.
She's taking a sick day. Take a sick day too. I'm sitting here by these mosquitoes bite me up. Shoot. Yeah. What's got any noises out there? Nick.
I know it like people.
Yeah.
Woo. Woo. All right, y'all, I'm back. I completely understand that, Heather. Sleepy though, I had to come and show some love. Like to be in the bushes in a minute though. All right, baby girl, thank you so much. Yeah, I got roots in Rocky Mount, Loretta. My daddy was from there.
Loretta, I might be dating my cousin, huh?
I spent many a summer down there. Mm-hmm. I haven't done it. I didn't do anything too much today. Did I? No, I didn't. My son and I he bought I don't know what to call it. It's not a computer table, some kind of table. He could put his sure, poo ho poo. I mean, what's the worst thing that can happen? I either don't know the answer. Water some flowers and fell asleep. Okay. Thank you, Skeeto.
I know that noise is irritating.
What noise? Waiting for the question. Oh, but I don't know what kind of table it was. He got his computer screen up there and his speakers. All right, name Trey. Thank y'all. Uh-huh.
I named Trey.
All right, I appreciate y'all. Yeah, because when I leave out of here, I'm gonna leave it running. It's gonna turn into a silent stream. But thank you so much. Whatever, Loretta. Whatever, man. Well, there are people that wish for your. There are people. Good night, y'all. Thanks again for coming. There are people that wish for your downfall. They do. They want you to fail so bad that they put that on you. Now it's up to you to, say, okay, you know what? Whatever this is that you're trying to do ain't going to work. Because see, what happens is, and like I said earlier tonight, I was speaking about karma. What they want to happen to you is eventually what will happen to them. But yeah, there are people that there are people, I don't care what you're doing, they want to see you, they don't want to see you succeed. But the craziest thing is, they're usually people that you know and that are somewhat close to you. Because if you think about it, you generally know who your enemies are, your real enemies. You know who they are. You know who your enemies are.
People can be your enemies, and you not even know that they are your enemies.
Yeah, but if they're your friend, they're generally close. You generally know who your enemies are. If you are careful about the people that you let be around you.
About the people that I've allowed in my life, and I had a person that I I always thought this person was my friend, but turned
right. But what I'm saying is, no, what I'm saying is, in most cases, if they are your true the true enemy, you know who they never have nothing nice to say. They're always, that's just who they are. So they're like that all the time. Now I'm not talking about the wishy-washy people, the people that are, they friends with you today and then tomorrow they ain't got no holler for you and stuff like that. I'm not talking about those people. I ain't talking about them people. I'm talking about the ones that when you walk past them, you need to watch your back. Yeah. Those are the true enemies I'm talking about. So you know who they are. You know you're not going to let them be close. Now, there are some people that are in your circle that never should have been in your circle in the first place. And the whole thing is we know that they shouldn't be there. We know this. But we get comfortable and they seem to offer something that we think we can use that we can't find anywhere else. So they're there. You have to be able to figure those people out. And the crazy thing is that you see the little warning signs, you see the little red flags because they show themselves. Because see, a person will always show you their true self. You can only keep up the facade, but for so long. It's just natural for it to come out. It just does. It does. And so eventually it comes out, and that's why after 20 years you saw who that person really was. Now you saw who they were, but because of whatever reason, you just wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt. Some people you just can't give them the benefit of the doubt because they'll just keep doing stuff just because. It's the people hanging around you just so they can get a front row seat. Should you fail, that you have, yes. And they're sitting right there on the front row, not to cheer you on, but to watch you, to sit there and watch the train wreck. There are people that they sit and they get up every day waiting to see when this train is going to wreck. And they're sitting there hoping for the train to wreck. What do? This is how you combat that, Pooh. If you know within your heart, and we all have instincts and intuition, those are naturally innate to us. Instincts and intuition. We have them. We were born with them. Now, we don't always use them. So sometimes people do stuff, they say things, and they say little slick stuff. And they'll say it as a joke. But as Auntie, her mother used to say, true things are said in a joking way. So they'll say they give a little sly joke or whatever. And we don't listen because it's funny, and it's because it's this specific person, and you thinking that, okay, they're not trying to hurt me. They're here for me. They're going to help me. They with me. Whole time, they in the background waiting for you to fall flat on your face. Wow. And when you do that, you would think that they would come and offer a hand and say, hey, I got you. I'm going to help you. Nah, buddy. They wait for you to fall, and then here they come with, I told you it wasn't going to work. I tried to tell you it wasn't going to work. You never should have done it.
It's the same thing with YouTubers. G-Free, Joyce Lunar said, I'm going
to be transparent because my pain helped someone else. I'm about to tell you something deep. Had a lot of family like that till I fought back and cut some people out, unfortunately. Yep. Everybody that came with you can't go with you. Nope. Some people can be close to you and smile in your face, along with being your BFF. Well, my first BFF had a baby by my ex-husband. Wow. My mother used to say, there's a bit of truth in every jest. Yes. Yep, G-Free. They say little slick stuff, man, and you sitting there and and then as you look back, you realize that they was trying to play me. Well, not trying to, they played me. Whole time you thinking they're with you. They not. They're not. And the thing is, we see the red flags, we see the stop signs, but yet we go right through it.
I know, right, Miss Heather? That's crazy. That is crazy.
We
Because that's how people are. And as Uncle just said, people can be so vindictive, like smile on your face and stab you in the back. You know, I got a story I could tell, but this is Uncle's channel, and I'm not going to tell it. But the same situation that happened with you happened with my aunt, is what I'm going to say. And yes, people are very vindictive. You never know. And the same thing is going on in the YouTube streets right now.
well see the YouTube is a small microcosm of life. Period. The same things that happen in the real world or out away from the YouTube community are the same things that happen inside of you because we're all human beings. We're all people. We all have our little things that we do and that we say. Now, you have some people that are truly honest about helping and being there and they're there. They are. But then you have those same little people, and that's why I say, I read something one day said, well, you have to keep your grass cut low so that you can see the snakes when they're coming through the yard. They're there. And we know that they're there. And sometimes we run across these people, but because we get so comfortable with certain people, the idea of having these people around, because sometimes we want validation. We need to be validated. We need to be with certain people no matter what. We want to be in that group. We want to be there. We no matter what they do or no matter what they say, we have to be there.
Yeah, I love that.
Become
you today. I'm going to put that on one of my t-shirts. Become you today.
You have to, you want to be validated. And no matter, you want to be in this group and you will do whatever it takes to be accepted. Well, if you live for their acceptance, you'll die from their rejection because you want so bad to be in this circle, in this group, that you're willing to accept whatever they put out to you. And then when they still reject you, now your whole life is in shambles. You don't know what to do because you invested all your time trying to be validated by this specific group. Whether like when you're in school and you want to be with the cool folks or the people that you think are cool and you want to hang with them. So you do whatever it takes to be in that group. If it means they ask you to go steal something, you'll do it. If they ask you to go say something mean to somebody, you'll do it. All because you want to be accepted. But then when they still don't accept you, now you're lost. You don't know what to do because you have forgotten who you were as a person and what anything means to you. So to answer your question, Pooh, you're going to have to look at the people that are in your life and just look at what they're doing and how they act towards you. And cut them loose. Sometimes you have to cut people loose, and it's not always to save you. Sometimes you have to cut them off to save them so that they can pursue whatever it is they need to pursue. Nay, people, those thumb down things, I don't give them the time of day, nor the energy. Yeah, Pooh, just you got to cut them. You got to cut them. Say what? It's on. It's on.
Nay and Trey, I just wanted to say to you guys with respects to the thumbs down. Um, one day I was doing a live stream, and when I got off my live stream, I had 10 thumbs down. And the topic that I was talking about, I'm trying to figure out why I got 10 thumbs down. Like, it was a good topic that I had, nothing negative, all positive. Everything was positive, but I got 10 thumbs down. Why? So later on, I got off that live stream, and once they posted it the next day, I saw 10 thumbs down. But then when I went back again, all the thumbs down were gone. So I'm trying to figure out, because a part of me is telling me that YouTube is giving us these thumbs down. That's what a part of me is telling me. But then you might have that hater out there that is really giving you that thumbs down. But be that as it may, guess what? A view is a view. Is a view. So don't let that deter you. Keep grinding and keep your head up. Heather says, what? Auntie, oh my goodness. I feel it become you today. Yeah, Auntie, that sucks. It makes me mad. That's so odd. Facts. I think so. YouTube needs to stop. Yeah, I really think YouTube is giving us a thumbs down. And in fact, I did a video yesterday, and I know for a fact it was a thumbs down on that video. But then when I went to look at the video again today, it was gone. But just keep your head up, and I'm just going to tell you this, Nay, because I know it's Nay. Keep your head up and keep grinding. Don't let nothing or nobody deter you from doing what you're doing. Keep your good work up, honey. Love you. And I'm giving Uncle his mic back. Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Auntie. Now, in reference to the thumbs down, I don't care. I really don't care. You know, I am truly unbothered by a thumbs down because I don't take it personal. You know, I figured maybe they don't like the content, and that's cool. Hey, Shay, maybe they just don't like the content, and that's cool. Or maybe it's something they saw in the video.
Four, not one, four.
Yeah, you hear Auntie Shay, your ass is in trouble. Just so you know. But you know, I really don't care. And a lot of times, you know, like with the thumbs down, people like you could be doing a live and they'll give a thumbs down. But the only reason they do it is because they know that you're going to talk about it. So what you're doing actually is giving them the energy that they wanted. Now, just because you don't say their name, you don't know who they are so fixated on themselves that, you know, they are so fixated on themselves that they don't even care if you don't say their name. They know that they gave the thumbs down. They know what you're talking about. They know that you're talking about them. So me personally, I don't care about a thumbs down.
But you know what? I've heard people say that, oh, you know, they gave you a thumbs down. It's a view. But if you think about it, Nay, it's not just a view, because if I come to your page, and we're hypothetically speaking right now, if I come to your page and I give you a thumbs down, that don't mean I watched your page. I came to your page and I gave you a thumbs down, and I did what I did. I gave you a thumbs down. I didn't look at your content. I just gave you that thumbs down because I felt like it. But again, because I see it on so many people's channel, I think that YouTube is doing their thing, but then you might have that one hater out there. But again, don't let that stop your grind nor your shine. I don't. So do what you got to do.
All righty, here we go. Somebody asked for this. Oh, Hey, I got a cash app. Ho, I got a cash app. Hey, I go Shay with the cash app. I go Shay with the cash app. Say ho, woo. Say ho, woo. Go Shay. I go Shay. Thank you, honey. Thank you very much. Girl, it is almost 2 o'clock in the morning. I ain't got no business singing about nothing. Go get me put out of here. So, but thank you all for coming through. I appreciate. Shout out to the 18 people in the room at 1:45 a.m. on the East Coast. Wow, who'd have thunk it? I appreciate it. Oh, we love you too, Heather.
Definitely, Heather. Those are big facts. Big facts. It's 12:45 in San Antonio. San Antonio.
It's still early. Yeah. Yeah.
So I thought that somebody just was saying what is it, become you today?
No, that's the name.
Yeah, and now I see that that's my name. I'm about to start doing t-shirts to say become.
I was gonna tell you that. I was gonna tell you after the live. I said I don't say nothing right now.
Oh my God. I was sitting here playing all type of t-shirts that I was gonna start drawing out. Become you today. I'm like, I like that. I'm like,
thank you, become you. Auntie was about to steal your name and put it on a t-shirt. You know what, Joyce? No. Yes. It is? Yeah. I ain't seen a spam yet.
I'm just telling you, I was in somebody's chat today. But you can't go by whatever you say. But I was told that the numbers are no good. So do what you want to do. I was told the numbers are no good.
Yeah, well, I was told the opposite.
Once you get monetized, it's like you can do whatever you want to do. But you do what you want to do.
All right, Nay. You have a good one. I'll see you next time. Thank you for coming through. No, Nay. Okay, become you ain't gonna get that one. It's a brand already. But I was gonna let she thought somebody had said become you today. So she was already planning it out. But I was gonna let her know after the live that now that's actually somebody's name.
I think I'm gonna start going. I think I'm gonna start doing late night streams. The cut up buddies come in at the late night.
You know my folks came through here. Yeah. Well, Mo anyway.
Oh, that was Mo.
Yeah, it was Mo. Yeah, she sends Mo out in the field during the day. Yeah, that was a great idea.
What?
Start that brand.
Yeah. It's catchy.
Woo! All right, become you. Thank you again for coming through. I greatly appreciate it. I really do. I thank each and every one of y'all. Shout out to the 17 people in the room. 23 thumbs up. And I didn't see that coming.
You know, the grandkids begin in the morning, right?
In the morning?
Yeah, so we got to get some sort of organization. I'm about to call.
Organization? Why? That means cleaning up and stuff.
David, really?
Oh my goodness. Why? Why did
I'm gonna try this one more time. If I hear another sound, I'm not going on this balcony no more.
Yeah, whatever. What's wrong with you? Hey, you all are truly great. Yeah, that too. Amazing as well. But let's see. What time is it? Well, I know what time it is. In about another 15 minutes, I'm going to turn this into a a silent stream. And I always say, okay, I'm gonna let it run for about 2 hours, and I'll come and turn it off. Yeah, but for some reason, it just doesn't seem to work that way. I always end up getting up in the morning and coming out here and turning it off.
Dave,
Yes.
can you put a page out for Shay, Dave?
Put what out?
Can you put a page out for Shay?
Oh, sushi. Yeah. So I thank y'all so much again for allowing me to be a part of you all's journey, and I'm truly humbled that you all are a part of mine, and I'm thankful and grateful. And like I said, I don't take it for granted, because I understand, people, this your time is valuable to you, and how you spend your time is important to you. So for you to take whatever time you have and come spend it with me, I am honored. I really am. And I truly, when I say any time spent is good time spent, I really mean that. Because sometimes you come in and you can only stay for about 10 or 15 minutes, and you got to go because you got other lives to go to, or you got other people to support, or you just have things going on in your life that you can't sit in here with me for an hour or for 30 minutes or 45 or whatever the case may be. So yeah, whatever time you give, it is appreciated. You will never hear me say, man, so and so only came here for 5 minutes and they left. Nah. Because I understand that things happen in life. Things happen on YouTube. You may have other plans and you may just see, hey, Unc Sly, let me go in there and see what he's doing. Let me holler at him real quick, show him a little bit of love, and I gotta go. And that's cool. Trust me, I completely understand. So that's why I say I don't take it for granted, that you all have, decided to come in here and sit with me and listen to me ramble about stuff, listen to my little stories, run my playlist, watch my little 2-minute videos if they're that long. So yeah, respond to my morning motivations. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, for even allow me, because you don't have to. You probably get a lot of stuff in your DMs, and you'd be like, oh gosh, here comes something else in my DM. You know, I have sent some to people, and they're like, hey, I'm gonna let you know I won't be able to read it, or this isn't my cup of tea. Cool, that's cool. So everything isn't for everybody, and everybody isn't for everything, and I understand that, and I'm cool with it. Whatever I get is what I get, and I can always make the best of it. And I always try to look at the positive in it, because I understand that everything isn't always positive. Everything isn't always going to turn out the way you want it. I know that there are, people say the sky's the limit and this and that, but that there are limitations. I understand that, but I don't focus on those. You don't focus on the limitations. Just focus on trying to accomplish your goal as if you can accomplish anything. And don't be afraid to take chances. If you're sitting on here on YouTube and there's something that you want to try, do it. Hey, Bubbles Butterfly, how are you? If it's something, just do it. Don't be afraid to just, if it's an idea you got, try it. The worst thing that can happen is it don't work. And if you do it and it doesn't work, okay, fine. You tried. It just didn't work. Everything's not going to work. Everything, we won't be successful at everything that we do. We just won't be. But don't let that be the reason why you don't try. And don't listen to other people talking about, man, that might not work. You might not want to do that. Why not? Why shouldn't I? All right, Marie, thank you. Why not? Why not just give it a shot? Because the last thing you want to do is be old and sitting on the porch in your rocking chair or whatever, wondering what would I have, what if? You don't want to live your life at the end talking about what if. Just give it a shot. And like I said, if it doesn't work, okay, fine. Move on to something else. We won't succeed in everything that we do. There will always be things that just don't work. But don't let that be the reason why you just say, oh, it might not work. What happens if I fail? You just get back up and try something else. And a lot of times people are afraid to fail. There are some of us that are afraid to succeed. The fear of success is real because you figure, okay, if I succeed, if I make it, I'm going to have to leave some people behind. I may not be able to do certain things with certain people anymore. And I'm going to have to, my time will be different. My focus will be different. My life will be different. And I don't want these people to think that I forgot about them or that I'm better than them. So you decide that you pull up before you get to the finish line because you don't want to leave certain people behind. Everybody wasn't meant to complete the journey with you. They just aren't. Everybody has a role that they play in your journey. And there are some that are supposed to ride with you up until you get to the finish line. Right there at the finish line is where the road ends for them. So you just have to let them go. When that door opens, it opens wide enough just for you. And it allows you to go out and do everything you need to do, learn everything you need to do. You need to learn, and then you can come back, you can pick them up. Hey, now there'll be those that don't understand that because they'll figure that you're just trying to get away from them or you think you're better than them and all of this stuff. Don't let them be the reason why you quit because you don't want to leave them behind. Like I said, everybody that came with you can't go with you. They're not supposed to be there. And we have to be able to cut ties and cut the rope, cut the string. Because it just, you have to let them go and so that they can fulfill their own destiny. Maybe they're there with you to learn from you so that they can make their next step. That's what they're there for. That's their job. That's their thing. Once you let them go and they flourish and you flourish, then you understand why. When it first happens, you don't understand. And there are people that they just hang on and hang on and hang on. And then when you let them go, they know that they never should have gone as far as they went. They know, but they figure, hell, if you ain't saying nothing, I'm just going to keep hanging on then. And then when you finally let them go, they looking at you all crazy, like, what you doing? Why I can't go? Because you ain't meant to be on this part of the journey, partner. And you know this. That's right. The only person you want to be better than is the person you were the minute you thought about being better. That's who you want to be better. Your only competition is you. I'm not in competition with nobody else on this YouTube thing. I'm not. Whatever I learn, I will be I am more than happy to pass it along. Because there are things that I don't know about YouTube. And I'm gonna need somebody to tell me some stuff. Now, what I look like holding information that I got and not helping nobody, expecting somebody to help me. That's not how the universe works. That's not how this whole thing works. You have to help others so that others will help you. It, you may not see it that way. Some people don't see it that way. They think they can do it on their own. You can't do this by yourself. You cannot do this by yourself. You cannot open a business and think you're going to do it all and succeed by yourself. Because you're going to need somebody to do the books. You're going to need somebody to do something else. You're going to need people to help you sell the stuff. If you open up a store, you're going to need people to come in there and work. When something breaks, you're going to need somebody to come fix it. So anybody that says, I did it all by myself, hell no, they didn't. Guarantee you they didn't. Somebody somewhere has to help. And you have to open your mind up and open your eyes and open your heart and understand that. You know, we're all in this on this YouTube thing, trying to get where we're trying to go. And there are some people that are running competition, against us. Nope. I'm trying to tell you, I ain't running no. This is no competition. Like I said earlier, one of the sole reasons that I need to get to 1K and 4K is because I need to finish this project. It is imperative that I finish. That I started this and I have to finish it. And that nobody can finish it for me. I got to do this myself. Now I have help. I'm not doing it by myself. I knew the day that my step family did not pick me up in the rain to go to my father's funeral. They did not care at all. All of them got cards. Baby girl, one thing that I know for sure right here and right now is that everything that we've been through, everything that has happened is a lesson. We have survived it. You survived that. They will get theirs. See, in the midst of the storm, we don't understand what's going on. We can't figure out what the hell is going on. Why we're in the midst of the storm. We don't know why we're in the storm. But as time goes by and the storm dissipates, we start.
Thank you, baby.
You're welcome. We start to see why. Eventually, you will let it go. Forgiveness is for you and not the other person. Just you're going to have to let that go because it will eat at you and eat at you. And those people, they won't lose any sleep. They'll go about their daily life, and every time you see them, you get upset, and it'll mess with your spirit, and they just keep going on with their life as if nothing ever happened. but you allow this to consume you. Don't, honey.
No?
No, not you.
Oh. What you got on again?
You have to let that go. You don't, you can't hold grudges. It's I don't know who it is. Oh my goodness. You have to let that go. Don't let that consume you. Don't. No. It takes time, but you can do it. And you know it ain't easy, because if it was easy, everybody would do it. So get that up off your heart, get that up off your spirit, because you'll take it everywhere you go, and it affects other relationships, and it may not seem like it, but it's there, because people will do something. They'll do something that will remind you of something that happened, and then you'll be living it all over again. So however it is you get connected with your higher being, whether it's meditation, whether it's listening to the water run, whether it's prayer, whether it's howling at the moon, whatever it takes for you to get connected, you do that. And you tell yourself every day that situation is irrelevant to me. If it means standing in the mirror every single morning, when you get in the mirror, before you leave out the house and before you go to bed, and anytime you walk past a mirror, just tell yourself that situation is no longer relevant. And eventually you'll feel, it'll disappear. It'll start to dissipate. You'll be all right. You've survived everything you've been through thus far. And everybody in this room and everybody that's listening, we're still here. So we've survived everything that we've been through, every sickness, every loss of a loved one, every losing of a job, whatever it was, we've survived it. So we're still here. So that says something. So you'll get through this. You will. It's not the end of the world. It probably still hurts, because these are people that you loved and you thought that they cared about you. And that's a hurting thing, when it's people that you think are supposed to have your best interest, that you think that they have your best interest, they're gonna have your back no matter what, and then they do something like that, and you realize they really didn't care for me in the first place. That it was all just a front. That's right. You cannot control other people's actions. You can't. You can't control their thoughts. You can't control anything. Yes, we all need help at some point or another. When no matter what you're doing, if you're trying to go on in life, every day that you try to do something else, you are going to need help at some point. You're going to need to ask somebody for something. So the best thing to do is remember how you treat people. How somebody treats you is their karma. How you respond is definitely yours. And I am a big believer in karma and what you put out into the universe. I know that what you are seeking is also seeking you. I believe that with every fiber of my being. So if you're holding on to bad mojo, that's all you're gonna ever get is bad mojo. It's just gonna keep coming to you and keep coming to you till you figure out, hey, wait a minute, I'm attracting the wrong thing. You know? So just be patient, my dear. And like I said, if it means every day you stand in the mirror and say that this situation is no longer relevant, and it may seem crazy in the beginning, but just do it. How you talk to yourself is, and how you treat yourself is how people will treat you. You are more than welcome. It is my absolute pleasure. It is my absolute pleasure. Mm. Oops. Ah. But if you're on Instagram, just follow me on Instagram. Like I said, I do what I can, to help encourage and inspire and give out as much positive information as I can. I like to see myself as the eternal optimist. I'm not so naive to not know that there are evil and bad people and bad things happen and that everybody doesn't want to see me be successful. I'm cool with that. I understand that that's their job. That's what they're supposed to do. That's their lot in life, and that I'm fine with that. It took me a while to get there to understand that because I used to be one of those people who cared about what people thought, what they said. Yeah, and it's okay, Bubbles. It's all right because in the end, you will have the last laugh, and don't let them be the reason why you don't that you're not happy. Don't let anybody else have the keys to your happiness. Don't 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 give them that much power. Nobody should have that much power over anybody. You know, they and sometimes people they know what they're doing. Yeah, because that see here's the deal. I was talking to somebody earlier and they was talking about how their friends and their family don't help them and they don't support them and this and that. And first of all, if you're doing something, they always expecting you to be there. Or if you have a business, they come in and they're thinking that you're supposed to give them a deal. Your friends and your family are just that. Your friends and your family. That's their job. And you can't help everybody. And if you know that, and they use that, especially your family, they try to use it against you. I'm your family. You supposed to do it. Now ain't a damn thing I'm supposed to do. I ain't supposed to every time you need something. I'm supposed to be the one to be there. But then when I call on you, I can't find you. Or if I give you $5, then you want me to give you 100. or I let you move into my place, and now you think you ain't supposed to never leave, or you gonna do what you want to do. You ain't gonna pay me. Oh, you that is not how it works, partner. Yeah, they wish bad on you, all because you won't give them what they want. Don't fall for the okey doke poo. Don't. Because see, you'll mess around and give them everything you got, and then you'll end up with nothing. And trust me, they ain't gonna try to help you build it back up. See, here's the deal. If you are a giver and Pooh, you sound like a giver, you have to set boundaries. Because what you're learning is takers don't have boundaries. They will take and use and take and use until they have used you up, sucked you dry, and leave you in a ditch to figure it out how you gonna fix yourself. I don't care if it's family, if it's friends, it does not matter. You have an obligation to you, first and foremost. Self-preservation is the number one rule in the jungle, baby. I get it, that's your family, and they make you feel like you obligated because you're the one that made it out and you doing so well. So then the expectation is that you are supposed to be the one to save the family. No, baby. They are their own rescue. And sometimes you just have to let them figure it out. You have to learn how to say no and let it be a complete sentence. No. No explanation. No nothing. No. Not no, I ain't got it. I don't know what to do. You don't have to hate them, baby. You ain't got to hate them. You can say no and love them. Love all up on them. But you got to learn how to say no. You ain't got to hate them. You don't think that you have to be mad at somebody to tell them no. You ain't got to be mad. And it ain't got to be personal. You just have to understand that you have to take care of you. And if you got kids, you got to take care of your kids. If you got a husband, you have to be there for your husband. You got your own family that you have to deal with, that you got to take care of, that you need to be there for. Yeah, they may be your cousins, your siblings, even your parents. But once you start your own family, you have an obligation to them. That now is where you have to be. You know exactly what they were doing. And they had my father's funeral headed all the way out in Maine, Texas, where I could not even take a bus up there. That's all right. That's all right. Your daddy knew that you loved him though, and you can take solace in that. I can guarantee you, your daddy knew that you loved him. I can guarantee you that much. So you let them deal. They will have their karma. They will. Don't wish nothing bad on them. Just say, "All right, cool. I'm out." Just you know, don't wallow in that. Don't let that be the reason why you can't move forward. They will get whatever's for them. Don't worry about that. The universe has a way of working things out, to evening it out, to make it the way it should be. So that will take care of itself. That will take care of itself. Don't worry about that. Your job is to take care of you and your immediates. If you got kids, they need you, all of you. So don't get caught up in somebody else's foolishness. Don't don't let them be the reason why you don't love who you supposed to love and love those that love you. Don't don't let them set the tone for your life. Don't. You know, people are people, and people do whatever it is that people do. Don't that hey, you know, don't, baby girl. Don't do it. You're gonna be all right. You're gonna be all right. That's right. I don't have it. And when I say I don't have it, I'm not lying. Well, sometimes. Because I know that there's certain people that you know that you just can't give them an inch. You can't. You can't give them an inch because they'll try to get a mile. They just aren't. You have to. Some people you just have to just say, "Hey, I ain't got it." You can see the money falling out my pocket. I ain't got it, bro. Because I know that if I give it to you, you'll be back wanting more. So now, sometimes we just have to learn how to say no and make it a complete sentence. No. No adjectives, no adverbs, no nothing, no run-on sentence. No. Just like that. And walk away from it. And don't worry about it. Once your heart is happy and your soul is unbothered, nothing can take away that peace of mind that you'll have. So remember that self-preservation is the number one rule in the jungle. Let them have their whatever it is they got out of it. They think they got something out of it. Because they feel like they got something out of it. They feel like they made a they hurt you. And so whatever it is they got out of it, let them have it. Just let them have it. That was their moment. That was their 15 minutes of fame. Give it to them. Let them have it. Be the bigger person. Walk away. Don't worry. Because see, now you don't, there are no ties that you have to them now. The only tie that you had was your dad. That was the only tie that was left. Now that's gone. You don't have to worry about them no more. Don't let them live rent-free in your head. You don't you don't need them no more. That's what I was talking about a couple of weeks ago. Burning bridges. Yeah, there are some bridges that you should not burn because you never know when you got to come back. But there's some bridges that you need to burn. You need to just blow the whole damn thing up. Cut the cord. No phone calls, no texts, no emails, no nothing, no smoke signal, nothing. Let them be. Let them go. Do not give them any access to you. Because if you give them any kind of access, they will take advantage of it and they'll come back in and try to and just turn everything upside down all over again. And then you got to start all over again trying to heal. There are no more ties. Let them go completely. Burn the bridge, blow the some bitch up, let it go, and that's it. You don't have to deal with them. You don't. Let them whatever satisfaction they seem to think they got out of doing that to you, so be it. Because it's going to come back to them. And it's going to come back to them in a way that they wish they had never done what they did. And then they'll be sitting there and they'll be trying to figure out why this happened. And then a picture of you will show up in their head and they'll be like, oh my goodness. And they'll try to get in touch with you to tell you how sorry they are and want you to forgive them. You've already forgiven them. Forgive them and let it be. And if they ever come across your path, hey, Carolyn, then just say, hey, I already forgave you, and keep it moving. You ain't got to say a whole lot. You don't have to, none of that stuff. I forgave you, and keep it moving. And don't say nothing else. Your silence will kill them. Don't worry about getting revenge or that get back. No, the universe will take care of that. Your job is to keep moving forward and take care of you and make sure that you're all right. So before you go to sleep, you look in the mirror and say, that situation is no longer relevant to me. And when you get back up in the morning, that situation is no longer relevant. And eventually you'll start to believe it. It will change your mindset. Because see, if you change your mindset, you change your life. That's right. You change your mindset, you change your life. And if it means writing that, write it down. This situation is no longer relevant. And read it. Just do it. Just do it for the next 30 days. And if you need to do it for another 30 days after that, just do it. Do it until until it just feels like, okay, I get it. Now there will be moments where something will happen where it'll bring back that memory. That's okay. It's all right. Just don't stay there. That ain't where you need to be. So you're gonna be all right. And make sure you continue to surround yourself with positive people. People that will nourish you, people that will help you, people that will hold you, people that will help take care of you. And I'm not talking about in the physical, I'm talking about your spirit, your soul, your mind. These are the kind of people that you need to be around. That is what will help you get through whatever it is you're going through. But just know that you're going to be all right. And know that when your daddy left this earth, he loved you. Just know that, honey. Don't let nobody tell you that anything is different. That's right. Yeah, we have enough going on within our own self, trying to convince ourselves that we can do something, that we can be great at something, that we can accomplish something. We don't need other people inside our heads trying to, it's enough dealing with your own negative self-talk because we all have it. That's enough within itself. So you don't need other people to be piling on and stuff. So just let yourself know that you got this, that you can move forward, that you can accomplish your greatness. Don't let them be the reason why you give up, sweetie. Don't let them be the reason why you can't find happiness. Don't let them be the reason why your soul is unbothered and your heart is not happy. Because they truly are not worth it. They're not. They're not worth it, baby. Don't let them live rent free in your head. Don't give them that energy. Don't. Don't give them the satisfaction of them even thinking that you care about them or what happened, that you didn't get past it. You're going to be all right. You're going to be all right. And I'm sitting up like I ain't got nowhere to go in the morning. Actually, I don't, but I need to make sure that I get up and do my morning motivation. Because I missed it this morning. Honey, forgiveness is for you, not them. Oh yeah, it's a work in you're a work in progress. But you can do it. You can. Hey, Miss Yvette. I'm gonna set that right there. There you go. That is the absolute truth. That situation is no longer relevant. That's right. And we all got haters, y'all. We all got them. We all have them. But we definitely, yo, huh? Keep going off and on. I'm gonna come back there. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'll be right back. I'm turning on a little music so y'all feel like y'all being entertained. I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. All right, I'm back. Well, thank you. It's okay to cry. Sometimes you got to get it out. And sometimes we need to hear something to make us understand how valuable we are. Now, forgiveness is it's really not easy, but you have to do it for your own sanity, your own self. Because otherwise you will take whatever it is and you'll move with it to every, whether it's an intimate relationship, whether it's a friendship, whether it's a business relationship, you will take that bitterness everywhere you go. And everything that happens, that person may do something that will remind you of something that happened that somebody else did. And that's not fair to that other person, because they're just going about their daily routines or whatever, trying to do whatever it is, whatever situation, whether it's a friendship or whether it's a intimate relationship or business relationship, whatever the case may be. And they may do something unknowing, not knowing that you're still harboring something that happened in your past and you have not released into the atmosphere, and you put that on them. So yeah, you have to forgive. You have to let it go. And no, it definitely is not easy, but it can be done. You know, I have had people say things to me that, but I've learned to forgive them, and I've learned who I am. I've been saving up for suicide in another country where it's legal, and all this crazy stuff that happened. Please, I'm not trying to get sympathy or anything. Listen, everything happens for a reason. Everything happens for a reason. And I'm glad that you didn't have to, that you didn't get to that part, because then we wouldn't be having this conversation. Because see, this is part of the healing process. Okay, Nay, this this is part of the healing process. It's okay, because listen, sometimes we have to say certain things because there's somebody else that needs to hear it. And sometimes you have to say it out loud or put it out there so that it's out of your head. That's why it's important to journal, because you have to figure out a way to get it out of your head. For me, I love to cuss. I love to cuss. But that is my way of getting of relieving the pressure and the stress. I write stuff down because I gotta get it out of my head. Because if you keep it in your head, if it stays there, it's just there, and it's building and building and building and building, and it's just there. And now you don't know what to do with it. So now you start trying to figure out stuff to do, and I gotta get rid of this. And instead of just writing it down, now you figure the only way to get rid of it is to just permanently stop it. But I'm glad you decided to come here tonight or this morning or whatever time it is where you are. I thank you. And I hope that I've been able to help. I hope that the other people in the room have been able to help. And this is what I mean about this community that we have. We are a band of strangers who will probably never get to meet each other, but we are willing to sacrifice certain things to help each other. And for this, I'm grateful. I am so glad that to have met all of these people. I am. You do the same, dear. I'll be here tomorrow night. If you got, come on by. Like I said, if you're on Instagram, follow me. You know, I appreciate you, and we love you, and we here. We're here. You know, don't be afraid to lean on us because together we're strong. We are. We're a lot, and we all are a lot stronger than we think. All right, Loretta. Good night. Thank you for coming by. You know, we are all a lot stronger than we truly think that we are. And when stuff seems like it's going south in a hurry, and you reach that point where you can't just, you will always find the strength that you never knew you had, and to bring you out of it. You just got to believe, and you got to stay strong in your faith, whatever it is. Whatever it is that you go to get you to that spot, do it. Don't be afraid to say, I need help. Don't. Don't ever be afraid to say, I need help. And with that, folks, Unc got to go. I need to get some sleep. I got to get right back up in the morning and make sure I get this morning motivation out. You know. So thank y'all for coming through. I appreciate each and every one of y'all. And if you'd like, feel free to stay. The door, the last one, excuse me, out. Don't worry about turning off the lights. Shout out to the 11 people in the room. Don't worry about the lights. I'll get up later and turn them off and lock the door. Stay as long as you like. I really, really, really appreciate y'all. So I will see y'all later on. Just remember, be happy on purpose. And know that I believe in you. Believe in you too. Peace out, y'all. Oops.